Land, water and greens are important resources, and DVA would be happy to further its partnership with DBT to ensure that these precious resources are protected. At this point, I would like to also inform the Honorable Minister that for the first time in the Master Plan of Delhi for 2041, we are proposing to have a separate chapter on incentivizing protection and promotion of greens and blues. Greens stand for green areas and blues are for the water drains, etc., which we have ignored in the past. This time we would lay down strategies how to incentivize them and how to disincentivize people from damaging them. So this demo park is really a very good demo park and idea. I am going to advise the service providers and the corporations, etc., that they should visit this and whatever be suitable for their needs, then they should pick up and get in touch with the concerned providers and let's have a tie-up. It is important to view waste as a resource. I hope that the waste to value technologies developed with DBT support will provide a model where waste treatment becomes a self-sustainable endeavor. We have taken some small steps both in East Corporation as well as in South Corporation to convert waste into wealth. East Corporation, of course, is from solid waste to generation of power, but South, in Okhla landfill area, we have a tripartite agreement between SDNC, Indian Oil and NTPC. So again there, different aspects of the waste would be utilized for getting wealth out of it. Novel indigenous technologies developed for the treatment of sewage industrial waste and disposal of solid waste should be promoted and given publicity to ensure that adoption to achieve Swachh Bharat and Atmanirbhar Bharat dreams of ours are fulfilled. In conclusion, I would once again like to assure the Department of Biotechnology and the Honorable Minister, sir, that DVA and all other agencies of Delhi would be very happy to get attached to these such initiatives in the future also. Thank you very much for inviting me to this function. I am indeed very impressed and I am going to ask the concerned services providers in the government of Delhi to visit this park and see what all can be done to utilize our waste in whatever form, whether it is sewer or it is solid waste, what can we get out of it for revenue purposes. Thank you once again. All the very best to this project and our future collaboration in such matters. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, and thank you very much for your reassuring words, which are going to be so important because this is exactly what we wanted, that this park in Delhi becomes a model not just for scale up in Delhi, but across the country. Thank you very much, sir. Sir, I have the pleasure of inviting our Honorable Minister now for your kind words and address, sir. Thank you, sir.
Our guest for this function, Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, Shri M. Bajalji, Secretary, Department of Biotechnology, Dr. Renu Swarup, Dr. Sangeeta Kasture, and Dr. Das presenting the Clean Energy International Incubator located in Rohini in North Delhi, and all those whose startups are shown by themselves, and of course all of our scientists and all of our institutions which are connected for this function, and of course the young IIT and other places scientists who are working at the Bharat Drain. And of course we have some projects there in collaboration with Denmark and Netherlands also. I hope many of the related people are all connected today. I can see a lot of media people also connected here with me, physically also in this room and also virtually. And I am sure by now the media people would also be finding a great amount of satisfaction and pleasure that at least there is one place in Delhi where whatever they have invested in the form of helping the science and technology department with land, there is something really worthwhile going where one can come and take a lot of inspiration, and the activities going on there can be emulated by many others in the country. Sri Anil Bajanji knows that he also has been privileged like me to have been part of at least this is probably our fourth function related to this Barakura train. And we have all grown up in Delhi, and never ever anybody had thought about doing something for the Barakula train. And as a Delhiite, for me, it's a great amount of pleasure and privilege being the Science and Technology Minister of being able to do something for cleaning up the Barakura train and also using the adjoining area and the land and developing a park there for demonstration of those technologies which are going to in fact inspire a lot of our young generation, students and scientists and researchers and fellows who do a lot of research. So it's a great moment. On earlier occasions also, every time we went there, we found something worthwhile going on. And now I have been Science and Technology Minister for almost 6 years, and after having visited every laboratory in India belonging to the Science and Technology, Biotechnology, CSIR, I know that this one particular aspect of converting waste into wealth and all types of wealth, this is such an important area and such a worthwhile area which actually deserves the maximum attention from everybody. But fortunately, under Prime Minister Narendra Modi, we have got now enough of this attention. The Lieutenant Governor will remember that I had spoken to you last time about one of our projects which had been developed not necessarily by biotechnology but by the Indian Institute of Petroleum, where they are collecting all the waste of the city, plastic waste of the city, and converting that so efficiently into huge amounts of petrol and diesel. And it has become a project worth watching. And then I had instructed the director of Indian Institute of Petroleum. He is already in touch with DDA and others, so that if we could, in Delhi itself, we could, in the 3 municipal corporations, create this project at 3 levels, and then those municipal corporations, all their plastic waste can be converted into diesel, and this is something which I have seen with my own eyes, and the scale of that also I have seen with my own eyes, and I feel that this has things like this have great potential. And now all these efforts that are going on in biotechnology also of converting wastewater into good quality water or sewage into something which is useful, and of course converting all these things into energy and of course value-added products. So these are the examples where we are really seeing the wisdom and the potential wisdom that our young scientists really possess. So many great ideas. As Science and Technology Minister, I have seen that even the students, even the younger generation who are not actually formally educated into regular formal education or even in regular science education, they are bringing about so many innovations which have started changing the overall scenario of the whole country. And the way our Science and Technology Ministry and our Department of Biotechnology, they have been supporting these young startups. I understand few hundred startups have already been supported by the biotechnology department in the recent years. This is what we have seen just now, some 5 examples, is just the tip of the iceberg. And similarly, in EST also, a lot of people, and then the creation of all these incubation centers and technology parks all over the city, and the future plans, they are all very, very ambitious plans. We just now heard from Dr. Das about this clean energy international incubator. I know that this is a byproduct of one of the greatest movements which has been launched in the development of clean energy research, whereby at the 2016 Paris meeting, our Prime Minister himself had given this suggestion of creating a mission of some 23 countries, and the European Union, they are all part of that. Last 3-4 years I have been representing India at that forum, and that clean energy research and the name Mission Innovation which has been given by the Prime Minister, they are all like developed countries of the whole world doing research together, and for their research, this is a privilege. I would request the Lieutenant Governor also to go and visit that place one day. This is a privilege for us that we have been able to create a clean energy international incubator in Delhi, where, as the director of that place, Dr. Das, was telling us just now, that so many countries are being helped to, in fact, take care of their research activities, to develop their own research modules about that. So it's a great moment, great privilege, and now when this clean technology demo park has been created at this place, it is number one, I think our duty is not only to see that these things are demonstrated. If they are demonstrated but no one goes and visits them, so we have to make sure that number one, all those who have the potential or who could be responsible, as the Lieutenant Governor also said in his speech, that he would request, or in fact he has the powers to direct also the corporations and the relevant engineers and the relevant people who are supposed to be ensuring that we get rid of the waste, whether it is a solid waste or a sewage waste or a liquid waste or whatever type of waste, and also to ensure that that waste is converted into wealth. So he mentioned about some of these projects. I was also part of the inauguration of one project in North Delhi, where they are converting solid waste into energy, power, electricity, and things like that have started happening. So now our endeavor should be that more and more people should start visiting the Baraputa trail. And there also I would request that if you could instruct DDA to overall develop it into some sort of a, science research, tourism type of activity, where people can appreciate the younger students, the younger researchers. We have IIT in Delhi and so many other departments. They can come, and we have right now a couple of startups there, but you think of enlarging the overall scope of this park. It should not be only confined to biotechnology. Let us now think of making it a big hub of demonstration of the startup technologies, etc., and not necessarily the waste to wealth technology, but it could become bigger than that. And then also our endeavor should be to ensure that the model has been created. But how to actually scale it up further so that it can be made available for not only for research now, for the people of India, so that we can scale it up, make the technology affordable, usable by the government systems also, or even in the private sector also. So that I think would be the real success of this particular program. You have mentioned about so many things. I don't want to remind everybody that at this particular project place we had earlier launched these two demonstration projects about Lotus and Destiny for cleaning and treatment of the Barapuda trains, and which we had, both of us have seen them, and they were done in collaboration with Denmark and of course Netherlands, and both are right now operational. And the objective of these projects, was to develop a novel holistic wastewater management approach to recover reusable water energy and nutrients. So that was an excellent project that we saw. I think I don't want to get into the nitty-gritty of these different projects that are being envisaged to go up here further. Dr. Kasture mentioned about them. You also mentioned. There is no point repeating about all of them. But this clean technology demo park, which is being inaugurated by us, myself and Mr. Anil Bachel today, I think we have to now make it a model. We should not be satisfied with only symbolic activity. Few months from now, we should see at least a few hundred people visiting that place every day. That should be our, and I am sure that we can make people see that. And if we can make the younger people see that, it's going to yield very, very rich dividends, because it's all ideas economy now. And most important today is not money. If you have the idea, you have the brain, I think that innovation coefficient becomes most important. And the present government is there to promote ideas, to respect ideas, to help ideas get converted into entrepreneurship. That is what the Prime Minister has been trying to do. It's his vision for the Startup India or the Stand-up India, and then putting 10,000 crores in the startup and the stand-up movement. This was all because he knows the power of ideas. We all know it. But now the country has started capitalizing on the power of ideas. That is what I see every day in science. Wherever I go, in whichever lab I go, now we are in a position where we are now, for a couple of years, last few years I have been part of every function. We are celebrating the festival of innovations at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. And these innovators from even the tribal areas, they are called to Rashtrapati Bhavan. They are helped to stay in Rashtrapati Bhavan for a couple of days. They are awarded by the President of India. They are given the facility of demonstrating their innovations there. And it's not the time to describe. I get so much of energy seeing these young innovators. So whatever we do, even if we do this much, I think that is also very much. We have to scale up everything, our support, our blessing, our ideas, and then how to help them through finance, through technology, through intellectual acumen of our senior scientists, how we support these young people to basically convert their idea and take it up to the entrepreneurship stage, and then to use that to be delivered to the people of India, maybe through the industry route or maybe through some big people who can really take up these ideas and help. And I am sure that a lot of people in the corporate world, they are desperately, they want good things to grow in the country and they want to support these good things. So I think today's function, it should be, both of us wanted to go there physically, but due to certain unavoidable reasons for both of us, we had some other pressing things and it was a little difficult practically. But Renu Surumji was very keen that it should be done today only. I told her yesterday night also that to give us a couple of days, we both of us will go there physically. But I promised that even without a program, both of us will walk down into the park without telling me. So it's not that we have done it virtually, it's over. One day we are going to have a surprise visit of that park and see for ourselves what these startups are, so that we can have a first and look at that and also inspire these people at the ground. So with these few words, I must thank the Honorable LG and all the innovators who have demonstrated. Our heartiest congratulations to all of you. And finally, I have to say this relevant message for the day, because today we have seen that the Prime Minister of India has launched a very big movement, and for 9 months he has been providing leadership for the fight against corona pandemic, and today he has reminded the country that the fight against corona is not yet over, and we need to be extra vigilant now. And fight against corona is no rocket science. It is simple precautions that we have to follow. Using the mask properly, like we have been, you can see the Lieutenant Governor, you can see the Minister. Cover your nose, cover your mouth, take care of your hand hygiene, keep washing your hands with soap and water, and try to maintain a physical distance with people, avoid gatherings and unnecessary collection. I think that's all about protecting yourself and protecting others from you. If we can really ensure this in the country, for which the Prime Minister has launched a big, huge mission today, program, I'm sure that very soon we'll be able to cut the transmission of the virus in the country. So I thought I will use this occasion also to remind everybody and our scientific community, our laboratories, we should all create movements around this very basic activity in your own respective areas of jurisdiction. Thank you so much, Dr. Renu Surumji and all your team members.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much for your, as usual, always very encouraging and inspirational suggestions, talk, address. Dear sir, we had imagined that we would get this park to take forward the clean tech technologies for replication to the other parts of the country, but you've given us this added mission of making this into making it into an innovation demonstration park, and I reassure you, sir, that we will put in our best effort. We do have the complete partnership and the support from the DDA, and thank you, LG sir, for your support, and we will look towards you for much more support, sir, if we have to take it to the scale which you and the Honourable Minister have just agreed to. So, thank you very much, and thank you all very much for this. I will just ask Dr. Manish Diwan, our head from BIRAC, who's been coordinating this with Sangeeta, to come on to just put in a formal vote of thanks. So, over to you, Manish.
Thank you, sir, it is my pleasure to deliver the vote of thanks at the auspicious launch of Clean Tech Demonstration Park, a unique initiative of DVT and BIRAC. I wish to express our appreciation to Honorable Minister Dr. Vardhan for inaugurating this technology demonstration and delivering a truly inspiring address emphasizing power of ideas. Sir, this demonstration park would provide opportunity to select startups, entrepreneurs for demonstration and to validate their innovative technology in real-life settings at Barakulla site, attracting stakeholders' attraction as well as inspire researchers visitors, including the common public, to drive forward interaction for deployment of such solutions throughout the country so that these technologies can scale. I would also like to thank Sri Anil Aizel, Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, Vice Chairperson DDA, for joining us and kindly inaugurating this park. His presence will serve as an inspiration to startups and entrepreneurs to succeed and climb the ladder of success, to scale their technologies for land, water, and wheels through live demo and validation exercise. I would also like to thank Dr. Devi Saru, who inspired the DBT Biolite team for implementing this unique opportunity. She has been a constant source of guidance and successful leader. Under her guidance, the department and its public sector enterprise, Biolite, have been able to scale to this position where DBT and Biolite supported innovations are now ready for demonstration and undergo advanced validation in real life settings. And these are not just one or two technologies, sir. There is a continuous pipeline so that more startups, academic investigators can avail this facility and opportunity on rotational basis. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank Bharat's Clean Energy International Incubation Center, which was forthcoming to provide the critical support to this initiative as the local anchor. I also welcome and thank distinguished guests and the stakeholders who have reconnected here from different parts of the country. I'm sure that their encouragement and engagement will provide the right impetus to the growth journey of these technology owners, demonstration in the demo park, and help them in achieving success as well as scale. Also, I'm sure that friends from media and press would help spread awareness about the successes and challenges of these technologies in order to help them scale. Lastly, my thanks are due to Ms. Anju Bhalla, MD Biolab, my colleagues from DBT and Biolab, friends from Clean Energy Incubation Center who have worked with great dedication to make this program a success. Before I conclude, I wish the first cohort of selected startups and innovators a great success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, and we close the program. Thank you.
Namaste, LG Saab, namaste.
Namaskar, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Namaskar, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
along with stakeholders. And also, sir, it becomes a very nice part for the public to go and see that these really are the technologies across the country which are being scaled up. So I'm very pleased to let you know that the Honorable Minister had actually given us this directive, and under the 100-day agenda which the Honorable Prime Minister had put in, we had actually taken on waste to value conversion as one of our key missions, and we had identified 10 such technologies which we would then partner with the local bodies. Technologies that we have can 5 such technologies have already become operational, sir, and the other 5 are in different stages. Today, this DDA, we will be, as soon as it gets launched today by you, sir, today we will now take on the responsibility of bringing in over here, in addition to the existing 2 technologies, between 5 to 7 more technologies which will be demonstrated. The Clean Energy Incubator, which has been set up by the Department of Biotechnology along with BIRAC under the Mission Innovation, has taken the responsibility of managing this park, nurturing the startups, technologies, taking them to a level where they can actually be demonstrated, ready for scale up. So I would like to compliment each one of them. I would like to compliment the Clean Energy Incubator. I would like to compliment the startups, the research groups who have demonstrated these technologies and brought them to a scale where we can bring them into the Steam Tech Park. I'm very confident, sir, that this park that you are going to launch today in the presence of the Honorable LG will be a matter of pride for you, and this is a park which is ready to be showcased, and also not just a showcasing park, but technologies which will be picked up by other stakeholders for scaling up. So thank you very much for your kind presence here, sir. You and the LG, I know how busy the schedules have been, but that's very nice, and we are to mark our respect for Mahatma Gandhi ji as a part of the Gandhi Jayanti celebration that we were doing for the 150th year. Thank you very much, sir. And with this, we will very quickly get those 5 startups whose technologies are going to be demonstrated in the park, and we will just quickly get their presentations in about 10 minutes to give you a brief understanding about what are those 5 additional technologies which will be demonstrated on this park. So with this, Sangeeta, can we have those 5 startups to come and give us the details about
Hello everyone, my name is Sanjeev. I am a faculty at IIS and I am also the founder and director of my spin-off OpenWater.in. And OpenWater is clean water. And most importantly, there is no water discharge, so we recover all the water that is present in your wastewater. And our system is modular and scalable. So just to give you a little tip of what our system does, you have a little system that completely treats wastewater based on using. It can be operated online, which is you can run the system from your cell phone or from a computer. You can visualize the quality of the wastewater going in and the quality of the output water coming out, and you can also control the power supply to your system. So you in some sense you have a lot of control on how the system works. But what the system will try to do is it takes the wastewater and it applies electric fields across the wastewater, and it makes use of electrostatic forces and electrochemistry to clean up wastewater using the least amount of energy possible. And we are able to treat industrial wastewater, and we are able to achieve potable levels in some cases and reusable levels in other cases. And the whole process is quite energy efficient, and we consume very little energy. You can in fact run it off a 5 amp socket in your home. And this, what you see, is a 250 liter per day system. And we have run several field trials. Most importantly, I will highlight the field trial at Mavalipura, which is on the outskirts of Bangalore. You can see the input water sample there. You can see what our system does to that input. And we are able to bring back the oxygen to acceptable levels. We are able to treat turbidity very well. We are able to remove dissolved solids to some extent, about 50%. Effectively, we can bring the water quality back to reusable standards. And Currently, we are now setting up a 25,000 litre per day system in Mavalipura, and we hope that it's going to serve the community well. We have also received some recognition. We have been named one of the top 10 startups in the world, top 50 startups in the world in Finland. We won the Innovator of the Year and several other awards. And our team is quite excited, and we hope to make a difference. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
More than 70% of India's water bodies, whether lakes or rivers, are contaminated because of indiscriminate dumping of both domestic sewage as well as industrial effluent. Pipoli, with the assistance of BIRAC, has developed a unique product called Biotic Flax. Biotic Flax is a live algal bacterial product that can be used for water as well as bioremediation. What we have done is we have preserved live algae as well as bacteria in a gel matrix. When this gel is introduced into any water body, it leads to the growth of both microalgae as well as bacteria. When microalgae grow, they release a plume of oxygen into the water environment. The bacteria grow, taking in this oxygen, and they are responsible for reduction of several contamination parameters like COD, BOD, ammonia, E. coli, etc. Our manufacturing facility is at the Development Institute of Ahmedabad. We are of EDI, and we are growing algae on this raw sewage, wherein this sewage is treated and discharged as per algae is a centrifuge, and this harvested algae is then added to a formulation. It is preserved in a live form with a shelf life of more. We have done several projects using this product, and so this is one contaminated lake in Gandhinagar, and as you can see, the lake is completely clean because of eutrophication. Now, after adding our beneficial algae as well as bacteria, you can see the difference in the appearance of the lake. And when we tested this lake for contamination parameters, we saw a 75% reduction in COD as well as an 80% reduction in a complete elimination of nitrates, and of course there was a significant reduction in eutrophication. This is another lake that we have done in Aligarh, Menat. The lake was covered with a thick layer of various plants, microscopic plants. After introduction of our product into this lake, this is the photograph.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Foundation Day celebration of CSIR Institute of Women and Leaders Knowledge. To begin the program, I request our respected director, CSIR Ayumanti Bhuvaneshwar Prasad Basu, and Dr. A.K. Chairman, Foundation Day Celebration Committee, to kindly come on to the dais. Thank you, sir. Our honorable minister, Dr. Ashwin, and respected DCSIR will be joining us shortly. So we will be starting the program in our please stay tuned. Thank you.
Yes, sir, आपकी तरफ से
सर वही ना बस जो फर्स्ट पेज है वही शो करना है
Shall we start, Sudashata?
Namaste. Good morning. Honorable Union Minister of Science and Technology, Earth Sciences, Health and Family Welfare, and Vice President of CSIR, Dr. Vardhan, respected Director General, Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, and Secretary, BSIR Government of India, Dr. Shekhar Simade, respected Director, CSIR Institute of Minerals and Materials Technology, Bhubaneswar, Professor S. Basu, Chairman of the Foundation Federation Committee, Dr. A.K. Sahu, all colleagues, staff, students, invitees, everyone joining us from the CSIR headquarters, Minister's office, and all guests joining us on this webcast. A hearty welcome to the 57th CSIR IMMC Foundation Day celebrations. As you are aware, every year we celebrate our Foundation Day on 13th of April, and it was a proud privilege that our honorable minister agreed to be a part of this year's Foundation Day celebration today. But due to the emerging pandemic situation, a national lockdown was imposed during that time. Keeping the celebration aside and rising to the occasion, the scientists and students of our university got involved in the COVID-related research activities. It was very kind of our honorable minister that he remembered us now and agreed to join us today when we are celebrating our foundation. We are very grateful to you, sir. Let us now formally begin our celebrations by invoking the divine blessings. I request our respected Director, Professor S. Basu, and our Foundation Day Celebration Committee Chairman, Dr. A.K. Sahu, to kindly write the auspicious plan. May I now invite our respected director, CSIR IMSC Bhubaneswar, Professor S. Vardhan, to deliver the welcome address and present the institution.
Respected Chief Guest, Honorable Minister of Science and Technology and Art Sciences, and the Minister of Health and Family Welfare, Vice President of Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, Dr. Harshvardhan ji, Guest of Honor, Dr. Shekhar C. Pandey, Secretary ESIR and GCSI, all my colleagues, staff members of CSI Anniversary, invited guests, friends of CSI watching live through webcast, and ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all and greet you all on the occasion of CSI Anniversary's 57th Foundation Day celebration. This was supposed to be on April 30, like every other year, but due to national lockdown, we have postponed it to today. We are very, very grateful to the Honorable Minister that he is present amongst us in spite of his busy schedule at the time of COVID-19. His blessings on this auspicious occasion will not be remembered. We are going through an unprecedented time of human history. Humankind never seen such a pandemic in the recent times. SARS-CoV-2 virus COVID-19 has infected more than 3.3 crores of people and more than 10 lakhs people have died across the world. Sir, before I start formal presentation of your report, I must congratulate the entire team of CSIR for the way we responded when common man looked at us to do something. We all were virtually helpless when COVID-19 was at our doorstep. I have seen among the scientists and the staff members of CSIR do something in such kind of situation when lockdown just began. With Honorable Prime Minister's vision and your guiding force and evaluate planning by CSIR under the able leadership of Dr. Shekhar C. Pandey, CSIR contributed all possible ways to mitigate COVID-19. It is a well-known fact now. I am not going to the details of it. CSIR does not work in the area of life sciences or biology, but we contributed to hospital-assisted devices and PPE vertical, and came up with many products such as Astra Suraksha, pedal-operated hand washing and sanitizer dispensing system, incubation food, coffee to store body for longer period of time, sensor-based sanitizer dispenser, cheap nasi, disinfectant sprayer, 3D printed mask, sanitizer, soap, and many more. We have donated all these things to Bhubaneswar, Capital Hospital, Police Commissioner Office, local police stations, migrant workers camp, and many technologies transferred and commercialized by universities, which is reflected in COVID-19 technology compendium brought out by CSIR. Let me concentrate on the activities performed by the staff members in 2019 and 20. The institute excelled as usual like previous years, although we were battered by Cyclone Tony on May 2019. You must be aware that identity not only brought back normalcy in the campus within 5 days, but did a big relief work during Fani in its vicinity, Cuttack and Bhubaneswar and all around Odisha. Recently, of course, we did the same during Amphan. External cash flow, ECF, which signifies institute's potential to develop and deliver technology to the industry, has been increasing for the last few years. In 2019-20, the total planned and non-planned budget from CSIR was 68.5 crores as against PCF of 44.5 crores, which is more than 40% of CSIR community's total budget of 109 crore after deducting tax. This is the highest PCF so far generated by the institute. The labs R&D activities are primarily funded by NALCO, Vedanta, Tata Steel, JSW, JSPL, NNDC, Bihari Limited, CMPDI, NTPC, DMRL, Odisha Mining Corporation, Oil, NSPCL, Raw Steel Plant, NSPCL, NSPL, Ministry of Mines, Ministry of Steel, Ministry of Art Sciences, and Ministry of Science and Technology. The total number of external projects GAP, SSP, CFP executed is 83, whereas CSR project Humanitarian area young scientists executed is 38. The CSR activities direct funding received during this period in different thematic verticals is 13.7 crores. Institute also gave seed grants in the form of 20 OLPs to the young scientists to encourage them to pursue R&D in their area of interest. We have published 107 papers in international journals, 4 patents filed, 1 granted, 1 technology transferred, and 5 MOU signed in 2019. The Institute conducted 11 skill development and training programs and 42 GCAS programs during this period. All these are possible because of the hard work done by the scientists, staff members of all the divisions, and the administrative staff and PhD staff members. CSIR started 2 important high-value projects as a part of extensional activities directly related to societal work. First one, DSIR funded IMT, Common Research and Technology Development Hub, CRTQs, in the area of new materials, chemical processes to help global MSMEs. The project outlay is approximately 12 crores over the 5 years. The other one is farm-based science and technology intervention for socio-economic development in the aspirational district of Malanpur, Odisha. This is a RKTY project funded and the funding is in the tune of 6.58 crore for 2 years duration, participated by 12 CSIR, ICMR, ICAR and DPT institutes coordinated by CSIR IMM. I am happy to inform that Navalapur District Administration recently won Scotch Platinum Award because of this effort. Several IMT scientists received award in 2019-20, and the major ones are T.S. Rao received Dr. C.K. Patil Award Gold Medal from NGMI, which is Mining, Geological and Metallurgical Institute, and National Geoscience Award from Ministry of Mines. R. Mukherjee received Institute of Engineers of India Young Engineers Award. Alok Tripathi received Sitaram Gupta HAP Award and Bala Ramkishore Singhal NGMI Award. Swati Mohanty received Govinda Gupta Memorial Grand Shield by Institute of Engineers Odisha. S.S. Rao and C. Ishwarya received R.P. Bhatnagar Award from NGMI. C.T. Mantri received Parcher Young Researcher Award in Protein Research Excellence by Society of Protective Proteins. D.K. Sedapati received Bharat Vikas Award. Shivarna Chatterjee awarded the T.S. Fellowship. Many well-known personalities visited IMT past 1 year. The prominent ones are Honorable Governor of Odisha, Dr. Ganeshwar and blessed us. Honorable Minister of Steel and Minister of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Vardhan, assured us full support during his visit to take IMD's technology to pilot stage level and commercialization with industry participation. From the administrative point of view, we recruited 12 scientists and 1 technical officer, and all have joined. The lab cannot prosper without the welfare of its community. We have taken up initiatives under the colony area cleaning by regular staff in activities such as swatch hot water, organized yoga classes, cricket, badminton, volleyball, football tournament. We have completed additional lighting of campus roads, renovation of staff quarters and student hostels, paving campus roads, lighting of walking track in the ground, planting of trees, construction of sidewalk and many more. Before I end, I would like to submit that institute is working with many mineral and metallurgical industries, which is essentially towards import substitution. The technology developed by Mineral Processing Division of IMG on reduction, roasting and pelletizing of low and deep grade ore, taken up by JSW Texas and Public Metallics, and IMG coal beneficiation technology ended up jointly with NLL and Simper on washing of high ash Indian coal has good potential towards Atmanirbhar Bharat. If India has to produce 300 billion tons of steel by 2030 or 2035, we have to use low-grade iron ore, fines, slimes, and sludges. Surely this technology will help. Our technology on conversion of non-coking coal to coking coal and ferrocoal will work towards coal import substitution. There are several other technologies such as mineral coal pipeline transport technology of Department of Rocket Engineering for LNBC, static materials extraction such as cobalt from cobalt scrap for mining, catalytic electrolytic manganese dioxide production for oil, coca run extraction including rare from fire with NALCO, sodium sulfate treating for heavy water core accomplished by micro electromagnetic division are the work towards Atmanirbhar Bharat. Ferromanganese, ferrochrome for high-grade iron ore for Tata Steel using hydrogen plasma, tungsten projectiles of missiles of advanced material technology division, coating and sensor technology of material chemistry division, mineralogy of fly ash xenosphere of Central Characterization Division, Industry 4.0, ion pellet technology which is commercialized and deployed in JSW by Process Modeling and Instrumentation Division are commended. Water purification, NABL certified lab or testing lab or facility that we have, the wastewater treatment and environmental monitor technology of Environmental and Sustainable Division are in the ambit of Gautam and Gavne and supplying white water to every Indian household. To fulfill Honorable Prime Minister's vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat under Honorable Minister Dr. Harshvardhanji's direction, I assure you that the CSR activity is fully equipped to work towards it and will support CSR and India at large under the leadership of Dr. Shekhar C. Mandle, CSR. I end here. Thank you for your time. Please stay safe. May God bless all child.
Thank you very much, sir, for leading us from the front always and pushing us to work hard. We are honored to have with us today our respected Director General, CSIR, and Secretary DSIR, Government of India, Dr. Shekhar C. Mandle, as today's guest of honor. With great pleasure, on behalf of all of you, I humbly request Dr. Murray to address today's gathering.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister of Science and Technology, Earth Sciences and Health and Family Welfare, Dr. Harshvardhan ji, all the colleagues in CSIR IMMT, Professor Basu. First of all, hearty greetings to all of you. I bring greetings from the headquarters on your foundation day. Secondly, I recall distinctly that Dr. Harshvardhan ji had kindly agreed to visit with us Bhubaneswar in April for this particular function, and because of the national lockdown that could not be done, but we are very grateful to him to have kindly agreed to be with us on today to celebrate that Foundation Day function. Sir, Professor Basu has correctly pointed out many of the IMMT's contributions towards Atmanirbhar Bharat and other areas that they work with very strongly. I must point out, sir, last year when Cyclone Fani came in Odisha, there was very large scale destruction, and IMMT entire team, all the people, all scientists, students, administrative staff, all of them worked in together to make sure that the campus is back on its feet within a very short time. But not only that, sir, they deployed this purification of water across Odisha to make potable water available to many people across Odisha in a very short time. And in coordination with our other labs, CFTRI Mysore and IHPT Palampur, they were also able to distribute food to many people who were stranded in the floods. So it's a very good job that all the IMMT people did, and we are very proud of the fact that when emergency situation like that arose, every member of IMMT contributed. So that also helped us that if such situation arises in any other part of the country, they can look to IMMT model in trying to implement those solutions. And good enough, sir, or bad enough, this year when the cyclone hit Calcutta, Cyclone Amphan, the first thing that we did was immediately contact IMMT staff and requested them whether they could help people in distress in Bengal to help in that. And once again, the IMMT staff was very generous. Many of them went there and helped in telling people how to purify water, potable water, and distributed many food packets and things like that in trying to reduce the stress on our people. So we are very proud that whole of IMMT has been actually working towards this. But apart from that, sir, IMMT's scientific contributions are very deep in making India Atmanirbhar as per Honorable Prime Minister's vision, and also, sir, as per what is very close to heart to you. IMMT is working very strongly in areas such as extraction of rare earths and coking coal to non-coking coal to coking coal and so on and so forth. Many of these initiatives will go a long way in the realizing the concept of Atmanirbhar Bharat. So we are very proud of our IMMT team to bring not only deep science and technology solution, but also to work on the entire spectrum towards the benefit of our society. We are very pleased to have Honorable Minister with us today on this occasion. He is also the Vice President of CSIR. Dr. Harshvardhan ji is by far the only Minister of Science and Technology in the entire history of independent India who has visited all our labs, and he knows all our labs what happens there himself personally. Even if you ask him just to spontaneously to talk about a particular institute, he is only one person in the country who can do that very easily on any of the institutes under Ministry of Science and Technology. So we are very grateful to you, sir, for your support over the last 6 years, and we hope to have your guidance and support in the coming years as well. Thank you very much, sir, once again for having joined us, and once again felicitations to all the members, families of CSIR IMMT. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your encouraging words, for your vision, guidance, and taking us to that. Thank you. Each year, we release our CSIR IMMT annual report during our Foundation Day celebration on 13th of April. Along the same line, This year also, our annual report was ready and printed during the first week of April itself, but could not be released because of the postponement of the celebration due to the pandemic situation. So today, we are requesting our Honorable Minister, Dr. Harshvardhan Ji, to kindly release the annual report of CSIR INLP for the year 2019-20 in the current presence of our respected DG CSIR and Director of INLP. CSIR INLP was established in 1964 as a regional research laboratory and later renamed as Institute of Minerals and Materials Technology on 13th of April 2010. A video showcasing the vision and mission of INLP and its development over the years has been made. It's called CSIR INLP Saga of Universe. I request our Honorable Minister to kindly release this video in the gracious presence of our respected CSIR and Director. Thank you, sir. Now, let us view this newly released video.
Hello everybody, I am Professor Director of CSIR Institute of Minerals and Metals Technology, Bhubaneswar, erstwhile Regional Research Lab, Bhubaneswar. The main objective of this lab is to have sustainable growth of minerals and minerals resources of state of Orissa and adjoining states Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, also Rajasthan, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, in the Nagpur region, Kerala and Tamil Nadu.
CSIR, Institute of Minerals and Materials Technology, INMT Bhubaneswar, is a premier national institution of the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, New Delhi. Established in the year 1964 as Regional Research Laboratory RRL Bhubaneswar, it was renamed on 13th April 2007 with a renewed mandate, vision and focus. INMT conducts innovative research and technology development programs in mineral processing, extracted metallurgy, advanced materials, and environmental sustainability, which constitute its core functional dimensions. INMT's expertise in characterization, computation, classification, pesticides or slimes or tailings and various complex ore combinations are treated by employing novel techniques of reduction roasting, pelletization, DRI, and smelting in pilot plants. Technologies developed for production of flat heat graphite, high pure graphite, and graphene oxide are ready for commercial exploitation. Over the years, the Institute has developed competency in characterizing bulk coal samples for quality assessment. IMMT has established state-of-the-art facilities for molecular and process modeling, ion pellet, and indigenous instrument for in-situ monitoring of iron ore pellets in pellet plants of steel industries has been commercialized by IMMT. IMMT's pilot scale pipe loop test facilities are instrumental in providing basic design parameters to several industries engaged in the transportation of materials like ores, minerals, coal ash, and red mud by using pneumatic and hydraulic modes. IMMT has set benchmark standards for pilot scale extraction of non-ferrous metals from ores, minerals, and concentrates, including lean or complex and off-grade ores and mineral wastes generating from metallurgical and allied industries. Metallurgical processing of seabed mineral resources such as polymetallic nodules and polymetallic sulfides are being conducted on behalf of Ministry of Earth Sciences, New Delhi, for the recovery of crucial metals like nickel and cobalt. Over the past few years, IMMT has done commendable work in recovering value-added products from effluents. Important of these are hollow fiber membrane unit for separation of various toxic and hazardous heavy metal ions from industrial wastes, process for recovery of rare earth and base metals like samarium and cobalt from spent magnet scraps, recycling of spent lithium-ion batteries and technology for recovery of manganese from secondary resources in the form of electrolytic manganese dioxide, an important cathode material for use in alkaline and lithium-ion batteries. The Institute has implemented programs to extract strategic metal tungsten from gold mine tailings and have developed technology for production of tungsten alloy pellets, cubes, and pyramids for use as armory and piercing materials and products for DRDL. IMMT scientists are developing a novel process to recover alumina from algal fly ash. The process leads to complete utilization of fly ash. IMMT's plasma processing facility is equipped with unique equipments for a wide range of surface engineering applications are ready for commercial exploitation. Extensive research has been conducted in developing a futuristic technology to directly reduce iron by using hydrogen plasma smelting reactor in a single step. The Institute has pioneered electrophoretic deposition technique for coating with metals, ceramics, polymers, graphene, and their composites applications in a wide range of fields. Scientists are mimicking photosynthesis to produce hydrogen from water and converting carbon dioxide into methane. At the same time, photo and electrochemical sensors for detection of heavy metal ions for biological and environmental applications are being developed. IMMT has established a NABL accredited laboratory for chemical and biological testing of drinking and industrial water sources. This facility is extended to various government agencies, industries, hospitals, hotels, and housing societies. The concept of constructed wetland for sewage water treatment and recycling has been demonstrated in real-time environment in the urban neighborhoods. The Institute undertakes programs to monitor and assess the land and coastal atmospheric pollution for various agencies. Plasma-based pyrolysis process to convert banana plant residues into biochar has shown great potential as a great source of potassium fertilizer in commercial scale. IMMT has registered its presence in the society by popularizing appropriate technologies for rural, urban, and semi-urban sectors. Improved natural and forced draft biofuel charged cook stoves have been developed for large-scale deployment in the rural sectors. IMFT's water filtration media, popularly known as Terrafil, has been validated thoroughly before licensing to over 150 MSMEs throughout the country.
As a whole, this ambience that we have, this with 170 acres of land, which is huge greenery and lawn and facilities like sports complex, facilities like cricket and football ground, badminton court, guest house and recreation centers. This gives a full-fledged ambience of a general growth of a person who joins and probably at the age of 25 to 30 as a scientist. Not only that, most of the employees live within the campus and they enjoy really a full-fledged, very nice campus life as I mentioned before. Thank you.
Moving on, the new website has been designed for CSIR activities, highlighting the technology profile, R&D facilities and activities, industrial partners, awards and honors received by the institute members, etc. This website has been designed by using the latest software technology with security certificate and abiding by the Government of India guidelines. I humbly request our Honorable Minister Dr. Harshvardhan to kindly navigate the new website, the lessons of our respected DGCA and Director. Thank you, sir. Actually, every year we keep the CSIR IMFT Foundation Day as an open day where the institute is open to public, giving them an opportunity to visit our research labs and interact with our scientists, staff, and students. We also arrange exhibition of our R&D activities, technology developments, projects, etc. And more than 500 students from various schools and colleges in and around Bhubaneswar visit us and participate in the exhibition. But this year, due to the existing situation, a physical exhibition could not be utilized. Hence, we have put together the exhibition combining the R&D activities of our various departments, and Minister has been inaugurated the exhibition, and thank you very much, sir. Now moving on, as per the wishes of the CSIR IMFT family members, a theme song has been conceived for IMFT, highlighting the trust areas of our research work and its continuous efforts to R&D activities to build Atmanirbhar Bharat and to uplift the quality of life of rural Indian population. The lyricist of the song is Sri Abhishek Anand. Music is composed by Pandit H.K. Kandapati and sung by our own staff of CSIR. I request our Honorable Minister to kindly release our theme song in the presence of our respected DG CSIR and Director License. Okay, now this is the new website which has been recently designed, abiding by the Government of India guidelines, and this is the latest software technology. So this highlights our technology profile, our R&D facilities and activities, industrial partners, awards and honors, etc. And I am also happy to announce that shortly the regional language also.
Where is the song for Honorable Minister to unveil? Where is the song for the Honorable Minister to unveil? Is it here or it's there? It's on CD. So CD you think, yeah. Mantriji has already shown the CD to all of you, that one. Right, that's right.
Sure. So, that is it is from your part to song. Thank you very much, sir, and congratulations to the team behind this song. It is our greatest pride and privilege to celebrate our Foundation Day in the gracious presence of our Honorable Union Minister of Science and Technology, Earth Sciences, Health and Family Welfare, and the Vice President of CSIR, Dr. Harshvardhan as Chief Guest. With great pleasure, I humbly invite our Honorable Minister to address the gathering.
DG CSIR, Dr. Shekhar Bande, Director of CSIR, IMMT, our very prestigious institution, Professor S. Basu, the Chairman of the Foundation Day Committee, Dr. A.K. Sahu. Present with me is ADG, PIB here, and other senior friends from the media, all the scientists associated with this function with me virtually from Bhubaneswar, and all the past directors who have joined this function. First of all, let me thank you for giving me this privilege, and let me express my apologies that I wanted to be with you in the month of April, and I had very happily agreed and consented for that. And as you all know that every visit to a CSIR lab or to a lab of a scientist for me in the last 6 years has been a great privileged activity, and I have enjoyed each and every visit. I have enjoyed my association with each and every scientist. I have enjoyed my interaction with people inside the laboratories, and I also fondly remember my visit to your institution a couple of years back. And now, in fact, I had thought of making a second visit to all the laboratories when we were struck with this corona pandemic in the first week of January. And today, it is 8th of October. Exactly 9 months ago, on 8th of January, in my ministry here in Health Department in Nirman Bhavan, within less than 24 to 48 hours of India and the whole world receiving the news of the coronavirus cases in China, because China saw these unknown cases of pneumonia with unknown etiology, and then they said that there is probably a new coronavirus, and on 6th probably they had informed the World Health Organization. And immediately we had taken a note of it, and it was exactly on 8th of January that we had organized our first meeting of group of experts. That was probably the fastest action anywhere in the whole world that India took. And as you all know, for 9 months we have been engaged in fighting this pandemic. And it's not only the health ministry, it is the whole government, it is the leadership of the Prime Minister, and it is the total society, every department of the government, the whole scientific community, not only the medical community but the whole scientific community. And when I talk to you, because this particular institution as such was born in 1964, and almost 13-14 years back it was given this new name and a new focused approach to deal exactly with minerals and materials and see how we can scientifically harness this important wealth about minerals, about mining these important things. I have seen from close quarters how aggressively, how actively, how scientifically, and how with great meticulous precision you all work. And this particular laboratory, I think, is a huge contributor for the Atmanirbhar Bharat. The new slogan may have been given by the Prime Minister during the corona pandemic when he has spoken about a Atmanirbhar Bharat and focusing everything on Atmanirbhar Bharat. But from the day one in 2014 we have been seeing his whole approach has been towards promoting our indigenous science, our technologies, and our great scientific intellectual acumen. And I remember in the first Science Congress that he had addressed, he had spoken to the scientists of this country about the scientific social responsibility. And so his approach has been very, very clear. And it was in the first year itself he launched the Make in India movement. That was, I think, within few months of his having taken over as the Prime Minister of the country. Within a couple of months later, he launched the startup and the stand-up movement. And then all the other missions that he has launched, they have all been focused around ensuring that India becomes self-reliant, India becomes a huge, big power all over the world. And it is our Prime Minister who has made us realize time and again that the scientific community has the potential to actually make or deliver radical changes and radical reforms in the society. It can really, it has the capacity and the capability to
alleviate the long sufferings of Indians, because we all know that even after 70-75 years since our independence, another 2 years from now we'll complete 75 years. A large majority of Indian people are still suffering from basics. And this is, I think, this is a challenge that he has posed before us time and again, that the scientific community can actually deliver so much that these challenges can be handled. So, as I said, I fondly remember this visit to your institution, and I have seen how you have done well in harnessing the value of these minerals and other materials. I will not. I have a huge list of your, I would say, achievements where you have contributed significantly to Atmanirbhar Bharat through your research and through your in-depth working around these minerals and materials, and a huge description of that has been given by Dr. Basu also when he read the report for this function, the annual report for this function. I do not want to repeat all those things, but I have to congratulate you all for because it is very heartening to note that our scientists in our CSIR and other institutions, they rose to the occasion, because as a scientist who has been dealing with minerals and mining and all these related issues, it was not your job to be supplying food packets to those who have got that suffering from Fani cyclone or from cyclone in West Bengal in the neighboring state. But all our scientists all over the country, irrespective of what their job was, they all exhibited a great amount of synergy, commitment, sincerity and focused approach. Like it was said in the report by Dr. Basu, that you made sanitizers, you made masks, you made PPEs, you made so many things, and you just went around in various places of Odisha and started distributing them. And it was not your job to collect food packets from the CFTRI Mysore or from our Palampur lab and then to go and distribute them to those who have got, uprooted because of the Fani cyclone. And you know, it is in fact the exemplary work that was done by India during the Fani cyclone. Number one, the timely prediction by our own scientists in the Earth Sciences Ministry, and then because of that timely prediction, the communication of the message to the people of the likely people for the affected areas, and then the type of actions that the administration took, and then the type of services that were delivered by people like you. It got us a name in the United Nations also. There was so many positive news items in the international dailies about how good is the capability of India, not only to predict, but also after predicting how to handle. And this is because all of us could work together. And that similarly in this Corona pandemic also, we could see that I had a lot of presentations from various scientists. You organized yourself well, you created that ideal optimum synergy also. And then I know our NAL in Bangalore, which is supposed to be making aeroplanes and Drishti and all, they were producing the ventilators. They got a new ventilator produced, and the labs, in spite of whatever their mandate was, they were contributing in the in their actions for helping Corona. Our lab in Roorkee produced, homes of these hospitals, mobile hospitals within, I think, less than 48 hours. And I had the privilege to inaugurate one of them in Ghaziabad. That hospital was created in less than 48 hours, and the material for creating that hospital could be carried on the shoulders. So this is the level of work that we have seen. We saw the research on the drugs. We are now seeing research around vaccines. We saw the research around repurposing of the drugs. We saw the research around genome sequencing of the virus. Our ICMR people were the first one to I think 4 or 5 countries had only isolated the virus at that time. And after that, the virus, we saw the over 1,000 viruses being genome sequenced in CSIR, and over 1,000 viruses being sequenced in DBT. And then again, biorepositories being created by CSIR, also by biotechnology, and now we have 40,000 viruses in those biorepositories, where you can provide a virus to a young person, you can give it to a researcher, you can give it to a industry, you can give it to anybody to do further research, to use it for creating a drug. So the point that I am trying to make is that our scientists, if they decide, and if India decides, it has the capacity to do it, it has the capability to do it, and it does it. That is what I have learned in the last 5-6 years being in Science and Technology Ministry also, that whenever there is a need, you have risen to the occasion. I remember then when there was huge hue and cry about these pollution creating crackers. And this question was posed to me at one of the International Science Congress in Chennai. And there in Chennai, through the media, in fact, I had appealed to the scientists of the country to please start working on a pollution-free cracker, green cracker, so that next year when we have the Diwali, and next year when we come back to another India International Science Festival, we have some sort of a green cracker. And much before the next Diwali, we could see the green cracker. And by the time of the next Diwali, it means after another year, the scientists had already convinced the whole cracker industry in South. They had shown them the way, they had trained them. So I always feel that it has been a great privilege for me to have been bestowed with this responsibility of being the Science and Technology Minister and also the Minister for Earth Sciences, along with health. Health, you know, it has been my passion area. I have been working in the field of health since the time I was a medical student in the 70s, and I had the privilege to work in number of positions as a health minister in Delhi, as a union health minister in the previous term also for some time, and now also, and also with the World Health Organization for number of years as advisor in medical associations. So that had been my passion. But to have got this opportunity of working with the scientific community, I thought that it was the greatest blessing in disguise. And whatever I have learned in science and technology is just marvelous achievement, at least personally I feel, for my life. And I always say that on record, that if I had not got this opportunity in my life, I would have thought that my life was incomplete. Because after having seen all of you working, whether it is a lab in Bhubaneswar or whether it is a lab in Calcutta, whether it's a lab in Assam or in Jorat or in Chennai or in Pune or in Delhi or all over the country, we have so many labs, half a dozen labs in Lucknow itself. So after having worked at all these places, I have got one confidence and one conviction. And I strongly feel that science has answers to every problem that humanity faces. Every problem. Today, if climate change is a problem, science has the answer to solve it. You have to only see that the fruits of science are delivered adequately in a proper manner, with easy accessibility, with proper affordability to the people on this globe. And that is what science has done. And the CSIR is all about technology. The technology has changed our lives. It has made our life easier. Whatever we do today, you don't know next week what is going to be the technology upgradation. Or so after having felt that this is the potential of science, that is why I strongly agree with what the sentiment that is echoed by our Prime Minister when he says that you, the scientists, your scientific acumen can change the lives of the common man. And whenever you decide what do you want to do, first look at the people. Try to imagine their problems. It is not that we want to do this. I think what the country needs, what the people of India deserve, what they want, what is going to help them in bettering their lives, what is going to improve their level of, satisfaction, alleviate their sufferings, all that we have to imagine. And in every sector. Your sector, I am sure you are having, this particular lab is having so many good quality brainstormings with people who are experts in mining, who are dealing with the industry people who are into the mining thing. And then right now, whatever I am not a mining minister, but whatever I have followed in the cabinet of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, there are a lot of reforms going on in the mining sector also, which are induced by the government itself, led by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He wants to make things easy, and that's why we have seen that a lot of our parameters like ease of doing business, from where we were 142 and now we are our ranking is just less than 50 perhaps. So today on your foundation day, and this is what I recently spoke at the CSIR main foundation day function also on 26th, that it's an optimum time to rethink and redesign and re-evaluate and replan with a new vision. The whole this difficult period of Corona, we have seen that Prime Minister has been able to convert this adversity into a blessing for the country. He has given us huge programs like Atmanirbhar Bharat, Atmanirbhar Swasth Bharat, huge package of things to help everybody. It's not the time to describe in detail, but yesterday itself in the cabinet we were discussing. You will be surprised. Generally people are talking about economic slowdown, economy is shattered, but on 10 important parameters, it was described yesterday that compared to last year's September, this September, our parameters of growth, they have all improved. Some of them we have put on the Twitter also. I keep sharing all these informations on the Twitter. So even in adverse times, he has shown his grit, he has shown his determination, and he has called for this Atmanirbhar Bharat. For health people, it's Atmanirbhar Swasth Bharat. And this is where I have said, I requested the DG also to be in touch with all the directors, you also do a bit of your brainstorming in the next couple of days, and by the end of this month I want all the directors to meet again. Like the Dehradun declaration we did in 2015, probably in the month of May. We sat for 2 days, we had a brainstorming, and then there was a Dehradun declaration. What are we going to produce in next 1 year, next 3 years, 5 years? Now, for being an active contributor to Atmanirbhar Bharat, we all have to sit again and see what is that we can actually in a focused way do to be a real contributor to that. What is that requirement of India which India is not able to produce? We are importing from others. But after having seen all of you, I know that from a small needle to the biggest rocket or a aeroplane, you can produce anything in a CSIR lab. You have the capability of that, you have already done that. So let from now onwards be a focused approach even for our this CSIR IMT also, that what is that is now left and what is that is ideally required by the country to grow further in a faster manner. We have to first diagnose that and then reorient our approach, reorient our research. I always say that this research, it should not only be for your glorification of your personal CVs, that we got these 100 papers published, 50 papers published. I always say that it's not on the basis of how many times your paper was read. That is how you evaluate these days, and I have been talking about it at even international forums. Now the importance should be assessed on the basis of how much the research could change the life of the common man, how much better we could make it, and with a little bit of, you see, shift in our approach. Just you have to switch on something and put it in the right gear, and that gear should be directed straight towards that Atmanirbhar. Our focus should be like the we remember Arjun's focus was on the eye of that fish. So our focus should also be again that what is that we are going to contribute to this Atmanirbhar Bharat, because 3 years back Prime Minister has put that dream before us, dream of a new India by 2022. He called that New India. Now he has added another dimension, that New India has to be an Atmanirbhar Bharat. And ultimately this New India and the Atmanirbhar Bharat will take us to a Vishwa Guru Bharat. That is what he has been saying, that for every goal, he has set a goal for our country earlier than the international goal. He wants India to be a leader in science amongst the top 2-3. By 2030, he wants TB to be eliminated 5 years earlier. I know in health we have in our parameters around under 5 mortality and maternal mortality rate. We are growing, means we are bettering our rates at a faster pace as compared to the global averages. This is because we have set a good ambitious target for us. So that is what I think in the presence of the DG, my appeal to Dr. Basu and all your colleagues there, that very soon, I think, as the things improve, I am also very keen to get back to every laboratory, because since the time I went to your laboratories, it has been a few years now, because this one round took almost 2-3 years, and then towards 2016, when I was planning to have a second round, then I had this extra charge of Environment Ministry, so that meant a visit to lot of these forests and environmental institutions. And now in 2019, Prime Minister gave me this additional responsibility of health also. So it has been a time crunch also. But I can assure you that I am very, very keen to go back to each and every laboratory and see with my own eyes what has been done over the last 2-3 years in particular. And then when I come, I want every laboratory to tell me what is our exact pinpointed focused vision for next 1 year or till the end of 2022 or say for 2025. Together brainstorm, decide and declare your contribution for Atmanirbhar Bharat. You will all feel contented, satisfied, and the country is already proud of you, and it will give, I think, a great amount of stimulus to other professionals also to work with more commitment and sincerity. So with these few words, I once again thank Dr. Basu because in spite of the fact that I couldn't go in April, your team kept pursuing with me. So there was no other alternative except to do it through a virtual meeting. And today is a very, very important day because you see in our fight in the last 9 months because of the whole of government and whole of society and whole of ministries, everybody's approach, you all know that we have been able to perform much better than the rest of the world. Even when we compare with the big developed countries, I think where they have most modern facilities for handling things, most modern hospitals and healthcare systems, but even then we performed better than them. Our cases per million, our deaths per million, our testings per million, all these data are I think far more impressive. We have the least fatality rate in the whole world, 1.55. We have the highest recovery rate, almost over 85% now, and we're doing almost 1 to 1.5 million tests a day. From a single lab, we have gone up to almost 1900 labs by now. And today, in spite of the fact that we did some of the very revolutionary activities, we started with a Janta curfew, we did a lockdown 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we were bold enough to ensure that we strike a good quality balance between economy and bringing about the economy back on rails, and then also handling the pandemic. So we started the unlock process also, then unlock 1, 2, 3, 4, and gradually we are unlocking further, taking steps very, very meticulously with lot of precision and lot of high quality thinking into that, taking all possible precautions. But unfortunately what has happened is that although a large number of people in the country are behaving very, very diligently, but there is still a small section of the society where maybe you can call it a prevention fatigue or whatever you can call it. People are a little complacent, and because of that complacency, people are not following the simple precautions. Fighting COVID is no rocket science. It is just about following a few precautions. And I am happy that everybody sitting in my room at least, and whomsoever I can see on the screen, they are all using the mask and they are using it properly. They have covered their nose, they have covered their mouth, and they are, while even speaking, they are not removing their mask. So today, because of the fact that a lot of people in the country, significant numbers, they feel that because unlocking is happening everywhere, corona is probably over. The coronavirus, COVID-19 cannot affect them adversely, and that's why they have become a little relaxed about following these precautions. So the Prime Minister had to jump into it once again with a big, thunderous appeal. And he started his morning today with a tweet appealing to the whole country that we have to again rise to the occasion. We have to make once again a big movement in the society in whatever department we are. It's not only about health department. He has appealed to every department. He told every cabinet minister yesterday. He has ensured that every chief secretary, every chief minister is part of it. So of course our scientists also have to be part of it. And the issue is very, very simple. We have to make sure that everyone around us is following the simple precautions. No rocket science. Wear a mask properly. Wash your hands with soap and water regularly after you have touched some unknown surfaces, and maintain a good quality physical distance, or what you can. We started with social distancing, then people said it could be better called a physical distance. So maintain that 2 gaj ki duri, and of course take care of the respiratory etiquettes and avoid unnecessary gatherings, unnecessary functions. That's why we have this 57th Foundation Day being done virtually. And I somehow feel that earlier also we knew that functions could be organized virtually. But the coronavirus had reminded us through this new normal that there are better things and better ways to do it. In science and technology, at least in biotechnology, I had been doing the GBMs of all the biotechnology institutes virtually for last 4-5 years. Because once I calculated how much it costs for this traveling and all, it was a few lakh rupees just for a meeting. And where people will come and just have a cup of tea and just present something, say okay, and then it's all over. So this corona has reminded us for this new normal, which is a great blessing in disguise. And I think in times to come we can probably improve our efficiency. We will do things physically also where they are absolutely unavoidable, but without spending any significant money. If the same thing can be done, I think that's a great advantage that the coronavirus has given to the whole world. So I would once again appeal to you that like you rose to the occasion, again listen to the Prime Minister's appeal, look at his Twitter handle, and then spread it as much as possible. I think that would be the greatest service to mankind at this particular moment, because your message may be able to inspire a couple of people. And if they are inspired to follow the right precautions, probably we may have, even unknowingly, without even getting the credit for that, may have saved a life which is likely to be lost. So that is the message for today, your Foundation Day. Incidentally, it coincides with the appeal of the Prime Minister, so I thought I'll certainly talk about it. So once again, thank you, Dr. Basu, for organizing this function in spite of this pandemic, and I wish all our scientists, they remain safe, they remain healthy, and I think let's wish, I've been praying and wishing that by Diwali we should probably at least see the beginning of the end of corona, and definitely in this year itself, so that next year we start inoculating Indians, and probably to begin with more vulnerable people, and have the immunity levels of the society raised to significant proportions. So thank you, Namaskar, Jai Hind, Bharat Mata ki Jai.
And contribute